Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hello, Sushi and hello, Krahazik, welcome in. My name is Harrier Citadel, Avian Alien Sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, and general maker of things. Yeah, was a little bit late on my countdown today, whoopsie. I was mostly ready and then at the very last moment, I just needed to assist my mum quickly in checking a modification on a thing. So, sorry about that. A couple of moments delay. What do you use for your countdown? I use a text GDI source and a countdown timer piece of code. That's what I use. Yeah. So it's actually just built straight into OBS at the moment, yeah. So as soon as the source becomes visible, it starts counting down. Oh, Sishin, I miss you. Oh, I miss you too. Welcome back. Good to have you joining us. We are going to be working on you today. We're mostly going to be doing some repair work because I realized last time we were working on your model that I made some monumental mistakes with your hair. I made some monumental mistakes with your hair, so I need to do some repair work to actually get it on model. Whoops. But it's fine. We will do the repairs. Yep, mistakes. Yeah, let me show you what mistakes, because it's kind of a big glaring one. I forgot that the top of your hair was white. I forgot that the top of your hair back was white, and I made it all blue. No. So I need to repair that. I need to repair that quite thoroughly. Let me just move that down here. There we go. So that was a kind of a big deal that I need to fix. I threw the pieces that we need for eye patch in, but I need to still grab that and actually put it in the right place. I still need to actually grab that into our PSD for whatchamacallits. Actually importing it into Live2D. So that's still a thing that needs to happen. Let me see if I can even just find where I even put it. Over here. This is where I put it. Copy. In all honesty, I never even noticed. You know what? It's fair. I didn't notice either. And I think that is definitely entirely just me doing the dumb a little bit over there. So, eye patch layer goes in the PSD, because that's now ready to import. Save button. Yes. We will fix that later. But yeah, so I need to do that repair work to the hair coloration, because that's gonna bug me if I don't fix it. And then we need to look at actually making this embroidery piece that is going to go on the shoulder of the cape. And then the next things that we need to still look at are the floof on the cape as well, because that floof still needs to happen, as well as the tail, which does not yet exist. Now, I'm having some thoughts about the tail, considering that we want to have this wispy, smoky texture on it, and I am having thoughts about how to get it to look good. which means that I'm having thoughts about whether or not we should even build it even in remotely the same way as we did with Lunar Bells. I don't think we should, in a nutshell. Stylistically, I think we should treat it differently a little bit. And also in terms of posture, I think we should treat it a bit differently as well. Also so that it doesn't interfere with a cape. I think having it sweep out sideways like this does look nice. And it means that when we want to do things like expression animations and so on, it'll be more asymmetrical, I think. But it'll also mean then that I have more options when it comes to actually how I want to handle animating the wispiness on this tail and the smokiness on this tail, because that has to be animated to look right. So yeah, I also see that I want to redo one of these ribbon ends as well. So yeah, I've got a lot on my game plan that I need to handle, but first port of call is going to definitely be repairing the hair colors, and the side part colors here. And from there, we'll figure it out from there. So yeah, especially here on the hair top, I think I might actually need to completely change the construction in its entirety, because things are bugging me in the rig as well, so I'm going to be looking at that. But yes, hello, it is Monday. I hope you guys had a good weekend. Tell me about your weekend. How did that go? Also, while we are just getting our brains in order for what is to come, hydrate timer needs to get switched on. Yay. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna hide the eye patch layers for a bit then. Just by the way, are we happy with how the eye patch looks in terms of its construction and texture? Do we want to add more texture to it? Or are we happy with the soft matte look? I actually think it could use a little bit of a fabric texture to it. Hold up. Let me just pull that in from over here. Texture. This looks like it wants matte, but less. Yes. Just a little bit of texture. Just a something. Just a something. Now we duplicate that for over here and just align that more or less like that. Okay, now that matches up nicely with our strap as well. Okay. So now we copy that. And we merge all of these layers down in the PSD. Into the two separate parts. like that. Okay, and this one needs to get called eye patch pad. Okay, so now those are two distinct layers that are ready to go into Live2D. Okay, so that's one thing ready to pull in for the day. Okay, now I can collapse that and close. Okay, so then the next thing that I need to look at is coming to our side hair parts and hiding the bangs. Let's start with our side hair parts and grab our correct color, which is that, and we fill and fill. Okay, now we need to show these again. And that's gonna be then, which I feel like we had a custom color here, did we? Or is this actually... just our default? It is in fact just that. Okay. Okay, that makes me feel a bit better. So then that's gonna become linear burn and fill. And linear burn and fill. And linear burn and fill. And linear burn and fill. Okay. Nope. Just correcting these lines as well. Okay. So now, if we show the bangs, those look more along the lines of being the same color. Yay. Okay. So at least the side hair now looks right. Fantastic. Now, if we look at our source material, we've got basically two layers going on. We've got the underlayer, which is the blue, and then we've got the overlayer, which is the white. So we've actually got underlights here, which is kind of really nice. And I don't want to destroy that. So what we need to do is I'm going to just grab our side hair here, go copy, Pull this in here as well. Collapse the eye patch layer. Go paste. Okay, pull that down. And go merge selected for all of our parts. 2, merge selected 3, merge selected 4. Save. Okay. So that's 2 things ready to pull into Live2D for corrections. Yay! Next, hide those. Hide you. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with you. So let's see what happens over here. We have our inks color, our shading color, and our white. Now here we want it to be in white. So like that. And like that. And like that. And I'm definitely going to be rebuilding the hair back. Oh my word, I'm so going to be rebuilding the hair back. Oi, 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 blah. I say, I'm not happy with this at all. Yeah, blah, just blah. This is not going to work in terms of how the construction works. Oh dear, okay. Plan B. Plan B is going to be enacted. Wowie. Okay. Let me just relocate a couple of things over here so that I'm not quite in a state of yeah. Okay. So I think I'm gonna have to think this out again. So this piece is okay ish, not really. But I think what I'm gonna need to do is switch on my symmetry ruler over here. And take this and remove everything above there. Now, let's hide the rest of it so that I'm not getting lost with what I'm seeing, and that I don't end up with more stuff than what I actually need. Okay, like that. And similarly over here, hide everything else. And what we're going to do is we're going to basically backwards construct this. With layers to make sure that it looks right in all the right places, from all the right angles. Like so. Okay, so something like that. And like that to get our general shape in place. Cool. Now what we're gonna do is, for the next couple of pieces, we are going to completely rebuild them from scratch. So going to unlock those layers. We're going to hide that. And we're going to have these come out like this. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, now lock opacity on that. Grab that color again. I want to just show this so that I can get a sense for what my base color actually is. Okay, and then here, I believe we use this color for the glow dodge. Or do we use this color for the glow dodge? We use the other one. Okay. Now, what I do want to do is I want to reduce the glow dodge just a little bit, because otherwise it looks too white, which is a little bit contradictory considering we're trying to get this to not be actually white at this particular point. Okay. Now what I need to do is I need to collapse the outfit layer because I don't want all of that information that I need to scroll past. Remove the symmetry ruler for a moment. Grab that. No, before I do this, now what I want to do is I want to come to those two and I want to clear them. Alright, now grab you and over here we're going to go fill, edit, outline, draw on border 2, okay, and symmetry ruler on again because I was dumb. Okay, now over here we're going to grab that. And we're just going to sharpen this up. Like so. Alright. Now what we do is hide symmetry ruler. Grab you. Go cut. No. This is port, this is starboard. So, cut, starboard, paste starboard. Okay. Cut starboard. And there we go. Alright, so that's the first set down. Now from there I want to start introducing asymmetry again because otherwise it's going to start looking strange. Like from stuff that's close to the middle and usually hidden behind the neck I don't mind including a bit of symmetry, but after that I like to start being a bit asymmetrical. So we'll do it that way. So then what we're going to do is we're going to come back here, clear, and unlock. Okay. Clear that because I'm not happy with that shape at all. Okay, let's clean this shape up just a little bit more. We almost got it. I just want to actually hide. No, I don't want to hide that because it's acting as a guide for me at the moment. Let's lock that. Grab you. And you. Make this a bit smaller. Something like that, okay. Starting to get places. Now we go to the next layer up, which is going to be our glow dodge. Just give it a little bit of life around the edges. Not too much though. There we go. Grab that. Grab black. Go to our number 2 layer. Deselect. Empty it. Hello, Sai. Welcome in. How are you doing? Definitely paying attention to how you make the shapes of the locks of hair. Do you ever find it tough to make balancing them? Do you ever find it tough to balance making them the right size? It is a challenge making them the right size, honestly. Because unlike when you're dealing with a 3D space, you kind of got to fake it quite significantly. So you haven't got a sense of an actual length that you're working with. So it's a very different kind of layering that happens. How's the corrections going? Slow but certain. We are building the hair back from scratch. We're building the hair back from scratch because it was not behaving the way I wanted it to behave. And I did not like how things were going to be moving, so I decided, you know what? Quality of life decision. We make it look right, rather than try and flog something that is not right into shape. I feel like the times I've tried to do that on a hairstyle, it's hard to make the locks big enough to be a recognizable shape, but not too big that it looks like a block of wood. Yeah. The balance is definitely a thing, and what it actually boils down to is having a distinction of a small, medium, large balance per lock of hair. So having the 1, 2, 3 part system in your design work of everything you could possibly be designing. You have big blocks, medium-sized blocks, and little blocks, and you have to have a balance of the 3 in order for the whole to not look lopsided in one way or another. So if you've got lots of blocks that are all just too big, what's going to happen is that you get that block of wood type thing where it feels like everything is empty. But basically what it boils down to, and I'm going to need a new canvas for this, hold up, is that you need to go for anything. You're going to need a main big structure, a medium structure, and then a couple of little ones to make it look more organic, basically. And the overarching style will be a layering of the bigger structures and then the little ones in between. So if I take this brush stroke here and use this to create a couple of big spikes, which will be our main shapes. This is looking very, very stereotypical and very close to something copyrightable, or copyrighted rather. Then you'd want to, if you wanted to make this look a little bit less low poly, you could add a couple of medium-sized strokes to the mix. Medium-sized structures, and then a couple of little ones just to bring some life into the texture and into that silhouette. That's how it would have to generally work. So you get the general sense of the shape, while still having that design levels of texture. Add too many small bits and you end up having a very convoluted sense of shape, and it kind of obscures your silhouette a little bit. But the medium size is the one to watch out for, because the medium size muddies things quite significantly. I was kind of just thinking about, I couldn't articulate it well, makes sense. Goku came to mind for me. His hair has some huge, extremely distinct shapes, but it also has smaller strands. Yeah. So it's probably the main thing is to watch out for your medium sizes. So the more stylized what you're trying to achieve, generally, the more you can get away with just using the big ones. But if you include 1 or 2 medium-sized structures per big block, never more than 2, I would say, per big block, to give it a little bit of a breakup, and then pretty much save your small size ones for when you're doing close-ups. Then you should be okay. But the same sort of a principle applies to everything from, okay, we are designing a piece of terrain, so we're going to have a hill, and then we're going to have a second smaller hill, and then a little one. Boom, you've got a piece of terrain. Which, if you had a lot of big hills, you wouldn't really necessarily find that same balance. It's all a matter of the composition of what you're trying to achieve. Or if you are doing an outfit, for example, you want your smaller details where you want to draw attention, and then medium details that kind of draw your eye upwards to that, and then big blocks where you don't necessarily want to see, where you're not necessarily going to be focusing, but also with that attention drawing upwards to where you'll actually want the eye to focus. So in terms of doing your designs, especially for something like a VTuber, where you're literally going to be looking at the face the majority of the time, then that's going to be a major thing. The focal points of a design are generally where you're going to want to have your smaller details. The parts where, if you were doing your cinematography, would be like, okay, these are the parts that we are really going to focus on this character regularly type madness. So, yeah. Where were we? We were about to do inks. So we were going to go grab that. Fill. Edit. Outline selection 2 on the border. Okay. And grab you. And sharpen up our points. There we go. Adding a little bit of line weight information. Back over here, I just want to put a little bit of that on that side. There we go. That was a hydrate timer. Did we have a hydrate? I don't think we did. So, let's just reset really quickly before I forget again. And everyone, time to acquire our nearest safer consumption beverages and have a sip. Save button. Save button is in order. Okay. Now we want to do the same on the starboard side. So we're going to go here, clear you, clear you. Unlock. Reduce that a little bit. Let's get our big shape. For this piece. You're doing both sides manually instead of mirroring? Because I want asymmetry on here. I don't want them to look exactly the same. Like, it was fine for the middle section, because you don't necessarily see that often. But from the sides upwards, I want to have asymmetry so that it looks a little bit more organic. Makes sense? Was just wondering. No stress, no stress. I was totally not just sitting in on a squeegee stream while she was doing VTuber reviews. While they were doing VTuber reviews and doing making notes on characters about symmetry and asymmetry. Much. I was totally there. Whoops. Just lurking a little bit. Makes sense that asymmetry would work really well for stuff like fur, where you need it to look natural but won't be jarring if the model is flipped. Yeah. Like, symmetry works for things like uniforms. Where you want to communicate a rigidity that punishes non-conformity, basically. But as soon as you're trying to design anything where you want to incorporate individuality of any description or a natural feeling or something a little bit more lived in, then asymmetry is your friend. Like, symmetry is very robotic. And when you are trying to communicate that, then you can use it to that end. Reminds me of cases like sprite-based fighting games, though, where you might have a character like a boxer with a robo arm, but then it'll be a different arm depending on which way he's facing. Yeah, in that case then you need to have a double-sized sprite sheet for when they're facing port or when they're facing starboard, to not have it look wrong. because they flip the sprite instead of going through the extra effort of making the whole thing. Exactly. You can do it easy or you can do it right. That's what it boils down to. Symmetry helps for very fast production, but it doesn't necessarily always suit the use case in a fully organic way. Speaking of organic and use cases, I need to confess that I did spend a little bit more time over the weekend on things that I was actually not supposed to. But the brain was in make the thing do the thing mode a little bit, because let's just be honest, when it comes to bursts of creativity, controlling them is hard. It's really, really difficult to control bursts of creativity. So, as those of you who have been around a little bit may know, last week, courtesy of Bread, we were able to acquire this guy. And I may or may not have spent a large portion of Saturday and yesterday when I was able to, working on the reference. So, Ronan now has a reference. We decided to change his name because I couldn't pronounce it the same way twice. And this is also an interesting point on the note of symmetry as well. It's kind of just a thing that happens, though, to more or less notable extents. Fighting game players are used to it, at least until they mostly went to 3D models. Yeah. Got to grab those bursts of creativity when you can get them. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a big thing when you get the okay, I know how to do the thing, but if I don't grab it down on proverbial paper now, it is going to disappear into the ether and I am never going to find it again. And that is what happened with me and this fish over the weekend. I apologize, but it was either get it down or get it gone. It was one of the two. For anyone who is familiar with certain other reference sheets, you might spot something a little bit anomalous and a little bit familiar. That you don't necessarily see all the time, but surprise! If you've been familiar with other reference sheets in Misthaven, you might notice something that looks somewhat familiar. Just a little bit. Itty bitty little bit. Boink. Hints. Should I leave these out for a bit? I haven't worn them in a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna leave these on for a bit. Yeah, because why not, right? Yeah. So, let me just go to over there. It's a little bit smaller and out of the way. So yeah, that is our solution that we have developed for Ronan's mobility. Is use the Sharknado that is approaching. Something like that, yeah. So in Izukiya's initial reference, we've got these very jewelry ornate like fluke decorations that are also apparent on the fins and so on. And I was just scared that they were going to be a little bit of a nightmare to 3D model, so I simplified them a little bit, and I haven't drawn them on the front and back view yet. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to save that for after I've actually built the 3D model, because I know how I want this to contour. But I'm not entirely 100% sure yet how that's going to translate into the front and rear view visuals just yet in terms of proportionality. But basically it follows a lot of the same motifs that Harrier's surface mobility gear sports, installed in the same way. So ouch, just a little bit, but minus the extra lung cavities, minus the extra lung bits, because that was not necessary for him. He just got the crimps around the rib cage. But anyway, yeah, it's an install. It's an install of note. Not fun. I'm glad I don't remember my iteration of the installation process. He does, though. Let's just say the couple of days after were not pleasant. But here, while we were talking on symmetry, because this is where I actually wanted to tie this in, is that when you're dealing with organic stuff, you've got parts that are symmetrical and parts that are less so, and more parts, and some parts are slightly imperfect. But when it comes to things that are going to be for example 3D modeled, etc., you kind of apply a little bit of extra symmetry than what exists in real life, just for the sake of not losing your mind and getting things to rig nicely. And for a couple of organic things, like for example these markings, that is definitely a case in point. Now, in Izukiya's initial reference, we can see quite a bit of that small, medium, large stuff happening in the initial patterns as well. And I've tried to bring that through as well, to have some thicker lines, some medium lines, and some thinner ones throughout. And actually pull that into the line weight itself to have a full range of, okay, get our shapes to behave in such a way. And similarly with the notches in the fluke as well, apply some asymmetry to just break it up, make it feel a bit more organic, and also a big one, some medium-sized ones, some small ones, scattered more or less randomly throughout. But yeah, so he's got some techno going on as well. Tried to mimic some of the motifs that exist on Harrier's wings as well, without necessarily mimicking the exact structures, because the technology is basically all focused in the control hub over here. And these sections here are basically a visualization aid more than anything else. So rather than actually being a levitation tool, these, and Harrier's wings as well, are basically something that gets conceptualized by the nervous system of the individual wearing the piece of gear, to assist them in actually moving in such a way that makes sense to them. So for Harrier, flight wings make sense. For him, for Ronan, he is used to swimming, obviously. Like, it's kind of the primary thing is swimming. So for him, he's just visualizing the act of swimming again, and because of that, instead of having something extra, he's basically just got this very subtle exoskeleton that basically tracks the movement and makes him feel like, okay, this is capturing the moves that I would naturally already do. and then translates that to his surface mobility gear as well. So yeah, how we got that, that's plot, but yeah, he's got surface mobility gear. What is swimming if not flying underwater? Precisely. So it was just the most natural way of pulling that across. So and in terms of other minor alterations that were performed to this design, just to point that out, because in terms of translating from one art style to another, that is a thing that that eventually needs to happen, is you need to actually capture and tighten things down into a way that makes sense overall. Minor adjustments to the shapes of the tattoos. So basically just finding landmarks and applying those to the landmarks made this black thing more of a set of stripes, basically, than a set of stars, and basically just cleaned up the edges on these a little bit. Essentially, is what I did there. And also, when I came into the hairstyle, I also just sharpened that up into more of a Misthaven-esque style for the bangs as well. The skin tone, the tattoos, the loss of the braid and all that. But I think the first thing I noticed is, holy moly, that's a long tail. Yeah. Because this one is definitely more... one can see a set of knees in that. In this case, we have not got knees to contend with. It's literally the spinal cord continues the whole way through to the fluke. So it's just backbone everywhere. The bones that would be the legs are basically from there to the pelvic fin. The pelvic fin, which, if you're talking fish anatomy, would be the pectoral fin. In fish anatomy, that would be the pelvic fin. Over there. But he hasn't got a second pelvis, so, yeah. It serves that purpose. Technically, he should have another fin over here as well, but I decided to omit that because it's just too much. Just too much. There are some parts of anatomy that we can opt to ignore. So, yeah. One thing that I did do is I decided to give him more of a shark skin sort of scale texture rather than the classic scallop. We'd have to censor that fin. It would be a little bit lower than the censorship fin. A little bit lower. It would basically be mid-thigh to knee on this one. And it would also obviously be backwards swept. But yeah, you know exactly how people would take that. So we opted to just remove that one from the references. Quality of life decision. How many times do we want to have filthy jokes on our IP? Fewer than that, please. So, yeah. There are times when you decide, I could follow anatomy here, but let's rather just not. Right? But yeah, overall, I'm happy with how he has translated. I think what I'm going to do is, as soon as I have on the ebony model, as soon as I've got his arms sorted out and into approximately the right place and size and shape and what have you, with actual hands modeled in, I'm actually going to copy that entire base mesh and use that as a basis off of which to model Ronin as well, because they've got very, very similar builds. This is basically ready to pull into Blender to reference off of as well, so hence why on this view he does not actually have his hair visible. So yeah, I'm going to probably just pull that in, make a duplicate base mesh, and edit accordingly. I think as far as the actual mesh for the tail goes, it'll be pretty straightforward. What's going to be interesting is getting the scale texture to wrap seamlessly. And then develop a normal map so that we can actually get the shinies that matches the scales, because I want the shinies to match the scales. If we were really following anatomy, there wouldn't be a fishman. It's just a matter of what things you want to be realistic about, of course. Yeah, of course. But then again, it is a fantasy setting. If you can't have a fishman, what are you even doing, right? Like, absolute realism is sometimes just too much of a limitation. Like, just a little bit. So that's the thing that's nice about art, right? You can choose what you want to reference and what you want to ignore. And other people can criticize your decisions for that, but it's your decision at the end of the day as the person who actually makes the thing. So you can either try and please everybody, or you can say, you know what? For the purpose that this serves, does it convey the idea? Yes or no? And are you happy with it? Yes or no? And everyone else can suck it up and deal to a degree, honestly. Like, make your stuff for your audience of one. Don't think about all of the people, just think about one person, and if it serves that audience, then you've done your job. Honestly. So, yeah. At the end of the day, I am happy with this translation of things. I will still do a translation of this weapon because I do really, really, really like this sword idea. I think that I'm probably going to extend it a little bit because this looks like a stabbing needle, like thoroughly like a stabbing needle. And I like the idea of his attack style being very stab-centric. Like, Ebony's got his kicks. Kareth is like a dual axe-wielding blade dancer. Like, an axe is a finesse weapon, guys. It's like harder to handle than a sword. So, yeah, it would be perfect for her to be dual-wielding these great axes like they're a pair of hatchets. And I think Locke is very much a slasher in his use of his daggers. Harrier blunders a bit. Harrier is a blunderer in the sense that it's like you can't smash into things until it works. A little bit. Like, everything's just slightly off balance with Harrier. It's kind of funny, actually, how that works. Ebony is the kicker. Like, everything is high kicks and is like, he will put his boots in your face and you won't know how he got there. I think... I can't remember what weapon I'm gonna give Brock, but he seems like a bit of a great sword wielder. Like, I feel like he would be tankily swinging around some double-handed menace of a blade as tall as he is. But yeah. As someone who probably partakes in more content than it's critical, fair criticism of a world's logic takes into account that world's logic. There shouldn't be a fishman would be criticism that isn't really valid because it's not taking internal logic into account. The work is inconsistent with itself, then that's another thing. Yeah, exactly. Like, the entire point of this world build is that pretty much anything goes within a certain scope of rules that I know, but I haven't necessarily released into the real world entirely yet. But yeah, it's like the design logic is pretty much, would I be able to 3D model this in a medium poly thing and it works? Yes or no? If yes, then great. If no, think it out again. And then obviously a whole bunch of other lore-centric things that are in the deep lore. But anyway, yeah. But yeah. So this has been what has been occupying my brain over the weekend, is getting this internal logic to work and getting the stylistic things to carry across which would be relevant and so on. And I'm really looking forward to figuring out how I'm going to be modeling the hair. I think that's one of the things that I'm looking forward to the most. When it comes to figuring out how I'm going to get the scales to work and UV map properly, I will need to be drowning in tutorials for that. Because that is going to be interesting, is getting this to wrap in a way that is not going to break. Like, I'm kind of terrified of it, but at the same time kind of looking forward to it. Because I'm going to need to do a couple of things. I'm going to need to actually get this repeating pattern into Blender, get that to stamp across the majority of this tail. Then what I can't display here, but which was definitely going to need to happen, is that I'm going to need to find a way to get these scales to break off and actually shrink to the point of disappearance, because this transparency thing is not working for me. And then from there go into, okay, now that higher poly madness needs to get baked down into a normal map, so that we can get the shinies, and only where we want the shinies, because we're not necessarily going to want this madness to happen where we've got scales on the fin parts where that does not make sense. So it's going to be an interesting learning experience working with Ronan and his scales, but I think that's going to be an important thing to tackle. Considering the next character that's going to have a lot of scales in his build is going to be Tarn. Tarn has so many scales, oh my word. So that's going to be interesting. Tarn is going to be an interesting one because he's going to have even more sculpted scales too. Because his toe scale is going to be wild. But yeah. So yeah, as you can hear, I've been doing a lot of problem solving between my ears over the weekend. And I'm going to close this now so that I don't get distracted more. But yeah, that's what I've been doing battle with. And coming up with and fixing, and it's been going pretty well. But it means that, excuse you, hydrate timer. It means that a bunch of other problem solving has been a little bit on the back burner, a little bit. Whether that's necessarily a good thing or not is still to be determined. But we do what we can, one step at a time. Okay, I'm gonna there. Topic reminds me of how when the original Aquaman movie came out, the big point of things was that they had to work things out better than any movie before it with how clothing and hair float and sway underwater. Yes. The fluid mechanics are wild. Now there are points to be made for, okay, shall we actually go with the practical effects route and actually do the body acting underwater and then do a facial map on top of that with the actual delivered lines and so on, which is a way that has historically, I think, worked. Like, I'm pretty sure practical effects of underwater descriptions have been a thing. But, like, doing that in completely CG-ish, it takes effort. That and how the light looks, yes. The way that light behaves underwater is crazy. Especially given that they were working with live action and CG composited. Yeah, the composited setup definitely makes for an interesting setup overall. Practical effects wouldn't really be done that way, though, since all the characters needed to be able to talk underwater. Yeah, like, that's what I meant by to do a facial mapping over the top of a practical thing. So, it's something that is not entirely unheard of, to do a layered practical effects with animation over the top. But the main issue with that would definitely be angle matching and not having practical strays in unfortunate places, if I can phrase it that way. Like, you're trying to get a certain shot, but then you've got this one stray group of hair that's just not behaving the way you want it to, and you don't have a convenient water current blowing in just so a direction. So, yeah. I can understand the limitations in that regard. Okay, I need to come back to this. So, this needs more work. Over here. Okay, so to start with, we're going to duplicate that. And duplicate that. Grab the bottom ones and clear them. Sorry, let me not keep distracting you with my tangents. It's okay, it's okay. The art of filmmaking is always an interesting tangent. Like, I'd feel better about it if I actually watched more movies. It's been a while. It's been a really, really, really long while, actually. But lately I've just found that whenever I want to actually digest a piece of content, I always end up finding myself thinking, I should be spending this time making something. And I think that's something that's been plaguing me for like the last 4 or 5 years. Is this feeling of I know I ought to get some input on things, but you just feel guilty, basically, for not doing the other stuff. What do you mean by you'd feel better about it if you watch more movies? I haven't watched a movie in at least 6 months. I have not watched a movie in at least 6 months. Not on a streaming service, not on television, not in a theater, nothing. It's crazy. And I think that was after like also a several month break between that and the previous movie that I watched. It's been a while. I can't even remember what movie that was the last movie I watched. It's been a while. What's to feel better about that? Talking about filmmaking? Yeah, I mean, like, to be able to discuss the topic of filmmaking, it would be... I'd not say dishonest, but insincere to a degree, to try and speak with authority on the topic when, one, I have yet to actually make a movie myself and use the techniques that I'm describing myself. Red flag of creative note. And two, I've not seen certain things put to effect recently, whether they have been produced recently or 50 years ago, for example. So it's... I feel bad about trying to speak with any sort of authority on the topic of filmmaking, considering that I am so deeply out of the current technology loop simply by lack of exposure. Like, I know recent movies are a thing that have happened. A lot of them I've honestly just either not known about or not been interested in their IPs and have therefore not paid any attention to them. So it's just been like, finding decent movies has for the last little while been a challenge. One doesn't have to speak with authority to have a nice conversation. I enjoy talking about art with you, and I don't draw very often, if at all, in recent times, to be honest. Yeah, this is true. This is true. But there's something about having at least the knowledge to know that you're not talking absolute, complete, nonsensical bump. that would not be practical for anyone who is actually an industry professional who might ever come across the thing and then feel like they've just experienced a couple of noobs discussing their profession in the most disgustingly uninformed way in terms of production pipelines and stuff. And as a creative, that is something that I feel very cautious about, by like disrespecting someone else's creative pipeline just because you don't know enough about how it works to not be able to discuss it in a way that gives a reasonable problem-solving sort of thought process, if that makes sense. Like, I can speak with some confidence about like what I want to do in Blender and such for the modeling because I have seen the techniques, and I have a rough idea of how they were achieved because I had previously seen tutorials on them, but I just can't remember exactly what buttons to press to get things to do the thing. And I know the methodologies work because I've seen discussions about them. But, like, I know that I don't yet know. I don't really watch current movies either. Last movie I went to the theater for was Sonic 3. Yeah, the last movie I went to the theater for was Godzilla -1. I can say that with confidence. That was the last movie I went to the theater for. Was Godzilla -1. I'm not likely to go to a theater again in a hurry, to my knowledge. Even if you were wrong about something, I know you're not the type to Dunning-Kruger about anything. Being wrong isn't the same as being arrogant. I appreciate the vote of confidence. I sincerely appreciate the vote of confidence on that point. I have no idea who Dunning-Kruger is. I have no idea who that is. Do you feel disrespected as an artist when someone has an incorrect piece of information or pontificates on it while being less informed? I've never seen you be so. I personally have not. But I also know that I've not got the same psychology as every other person. So I know that projecting my way of thinking onto how everyone else ought to think is also not exactly practical. Because what I would consider perfectly logical and reasonable might be considered absolutely disturbing and impractical for someone else. So... like, what I consider a perfectly reasonable way of approaching a certain thing, to someone else might be radically and incomprehensibly unacceptable. And yeah, I'm not going to just make that assumption for everyone, so, you know. Everyone's responses to what another person might or might not know is their own, basically. The Dunning-Kruger effect is when someone knows just enough about something to think that they're an expert while lacking self-awareness to know that they're not, basically. Okay, so the unconscious incompetent. The unconscious incompetent. Okay. Yeah. I know them by that term more so than a name association. But it's basically one of the most dangerous types of people out there. Wow. Someone who doesn't know that they don't know is dangerous in a lot of fields. Okay, let us try. No. And get this to some sensible level. I just want to check something over here very, very quickly. One moment, please. I am just looking to see if I got a response on something. Negative. I also forgot to hydrate when the last hydrate timer went off. Whoopsie. Okay. Time check. Gotcha. Okay. And then little one. Fill, edit, outline. And I've got the right brush selected, yes. Okay. That's that one. Now collapse you, lock you, grab you again. Keith, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Doing well, just playing a bit of Warframe. Ah, enjoy. Warframe is one of those things that once upon a time I wanted to get into it and then I just didn't. Like, I started it and then just never progressed past the tutorial, which I still didn't entirely understand. But then again, I was also kind of pressed for time when I was going through that, so maybe that has something to do with it. I just got my companion yesterday. Very beautiful. Ooh. I am assuming that that is a actual in-game thing? An in-game companion? Considering context of conversation? Okay, so I think one more. And then I'm gonna need to go into the white sections. My companion takes after a dog in terms of behavior and body shape, but an infected look. Infection is part of the game. Ah. I'm not entirely familiar with the internal aesthetics of Warframe, sadly. I think my only exposure really, aside from that one time trying to play the tutorial, which must have been like 6 or 7 years ago now, was probably a little bit before that. I can't remember exactly the context. I think it was some other giveaway that I did, where someone asked me to, as a prize or something, draw their player character in humanoid mode, basically. I don't exactly know how exactly it works, but I got shown a set of armor and said, please draw this with helmet off type vibe. That's basically my... I don't even know what exactly... I couldn't for the life of me tell you exactly what the armor set or anything was called. I remember it was dark and pretty. That's all I know. And I think there was something veiny and blue involved. Like, very organic looking. But beyond that, I'd not be able to tell you. think it was blue. I can't remember. I've only been playing Warframe for about 3 to 4 days in total now. Okay, okay. I don't feel quite so oblivious anymore. Yay. I know it's one of those games that's supposedly relatively easy to get into. Or at least I think it's supposed to be. I just honestly, for the life of me, can't remember. Pretty much anything about it. Whoopsie. Okay, now if I go and show I want to just duplicate this, merge selected. And I just want to flip this over so that I can preview things. Symmetry ruler off. Okay, it looks like we're getting there. What I do want to do, though, is grab what we have made. Those, and just pull it down ever so slightly. Just give it a little bit of extra length there. Okay. Hide that. Yes. And now show our rough info again. From what I remember and can search up, the warframes are biomechanical and they're not actually suits. They're more like humanoid biomech piloted remotely by linking your consciousness into it. Oh, okay. Funky, but cool. I mean, that's actually really cool setting. That's cool sci-fi world building right there. Okay, I can vibe with that. I think the character you're talking about is either Volt or Excalibur when talking about Dark Armor. Not completely sure since I wasn't paying attention, just chose my character, which was Meg. Well, I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea. It was years ago. My memory is just garnish. I don't know if it was even a player character or if it was an NPC, so I couldn't say. There's more details about them, and they can be made in multiple ways, but I have no plans to play it, and I'm not going to potentially spoil someone in chat who's only been playing a few days. That is a responsible way of looking at it. Thank you, Sai. Okay. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and get this starboard side in place, and then get starboard side working in its entirety, and then come back to port side, because otherwise I'm feeling like I'm going to eventually end up going in circles. That's correct. I'm not really good with words or explanations, but I would say that's along the lines of the story. Okay, so your starboard or his starboard. Starboard is always the same based on the direction that the nose is pointing, right? So in the case of a vehicle or vessel, it's always the front is always the bow, and relative to the bow, starboard is always the same side. So applying the same logic to a model, starboard is always, from the character's perspective, the right-hand side. Yes, so his starboard. He is facing us, therefore starboard is our left. Because the pointy bit is facing towards us, so starboard is on our left. Opposite prompt. Stage right. I don't know, ships man, I like to have my feet on land. I know, it's just that the vessel terminology is immensely useful in terms of spatial awareness. Like, it's immensely useful in terms of spatial awareness for me. Like, if I know what is generally considered the front of anything, it's a useful point of reference, I think. So when I'm dealing with any sort of a vehicle or a creature dealing with port, starboard, bow, stern, makes sense to me. As soon as you're dealing with anything on a map, it's north, south, east, west. And when you are dealing with a undefined spatial coordinate, then XYZ. XYZ. And that, in conversation, gets really, really confusing, especially considering that some people have a different idea of whether Y is on the vertical axis or Y is on one of the horizontal axes. I loosely knew the terms, but I didn't know if it was specifically that of a person talking of the subject, since there's no boat in question. Yeah, like, how can I phrase this? If we are talking in the poetic sense, a vessel is a person, and she'll always have the pointy end be the nose, which is always the bow. excuse me, who thinks y is a horizontal axis. So, I'm going to introduce you to the debate of, is y or z the vertical axis in Blender versus any other 3D software, because that is something that, in terms of orientation between different 3D softwares and CAD softwares, is a thing. Is that some softwares code the y-axis on the depth plane and some on the vertical plane. In Blender, in the default setting, y is the depth plane and z is the height plane. But you can manually swap that. Depending on the software where you're working in, it can be coded differently. Yeah, it's a matter of debate. It's a matter of debate. Yeah. Like, it's something that's kind of blurred into obscurity. People have just kind of gotten used to, okay, in Blender, Z is up and down. Like in the two-dimensional space, Y is up just makes sense. But between 3D softwares, it's something that depends on how that particular software is coded. I can't remember which is the standard in something like Unity or Unreal. I can't remember. It's been a while since I have last watched one of their tutorials to even be able to check what the gizmo says, if it even has a gizmo. I can't remember if it has a gizmo. I can't remember if it has a gizmo for spatial orientation. But yeah, it's wild. Okay, save button. Save button is a good idea. I think I might have figured out why it's that way in Blender. Ooh! We get a Y! We get a Y answer. Woohoo! Please do share. You said by default Z is the up and down? Yes. This isn't me looking stuff up, it's just my attempt at deduction. Okay. They probably started with X and Y being defined on a flat plane being the floor, yes. With that starting point, then Z would be up and down from the floor. That is probably exactly the logic. Like, that's what I was thinking as well. And it's probably more likely than not the actual logic. While X and Y are perpendicular lines on the floor plane. Yeah, that's probably the logic. Like, that's what would make sense to me. Because otherwise there'd be no actual default flat plane to judge by. Yeah, yeah. So that actually makes sense now? Yeah. by that logic, it also makes sense then that the forward or the positive value in the default viewport on the y-axis would be facing away from the camera, by my reckoning. Yep, okay. We are in agreement that somehow Blender makes sense. And that was a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages and let's take a sip, shall we? I don't know about hydration exactly. I have a beverage, but it's cola, so it's safe for consumption, supposedly. It's a beverage. Whether it is a rehydrant is to be debated, but it's a beverage and it's safe for consumption. It's not glue. It's not detergent. It's not brake fluid. That... it counts. Okay, I'm gonna put this one behind. You would be amazed at how many people have threatened to drink detergent of some description at a hydrate reminder. Simply amazed. Listen, we already learned why that's a bad idea. Yes. At least we hope we've all learned why that's a bad idea. We have all learned that that's a bad idea, right? Right? Not we, the stream viewers, the royal we. I hope. Oh my. Oh my. Is it just me, or did it get a little bit jarring there? Ooh. To anyone who has not yet learnt to not drink the detergent, please, please, please do not drink the detergent. I forgot the word, that's why if it sounded like the wrong word, it was probably the wrong word because I forgot it. I was hunting for it and I gave up. But I'd already committed to opening my mouth and saying the sentence, so I had to finish it. Disclaimer and PSA, do not drink detergent, kids. It does not taste good and it'll do bad things to your insides, Sonic says. Yeah, it will do bad things to your insides. Let's just say you'll know about it. In all of the worst possible ways. Okay. Save button. Number 7. Now this one is going to be I think the last of the blue. And it's going to be a short one. I don't know if you know about the show. Back in the day when Sonic was the coolest thing around, they legit had 2 cartoons on the air at the same time. One was The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. That was never on TV in my country, so I can't say that I have ever experienced the show in any way, shape or form. My exposure to Sonic has been entirely limited to what I've seen on the internet since joining the internet. It was more aimed at younger viewers and included a segment at the end that taught kids safety lessons. Okay, that makes sense, A big sign at the beginning of the sentence. Okay, it makes sense. It was the wrong color, it needs to be that. I knew something was looking wrong. Twing! Yeah, Sonic was not a thing in my country when I was a kid. I don't think the rights ever landed here to air it. At least not to my knowledge, anyway. I still sometimes make a reference and then realize, oh, she probably doesn't know that reference, and then have to explain it. A lot of things that were just intrinsic to my childhood, a lot of people on the internet will at least be aware of. Yeah, it's a thing. In a lot of cases, I generally just have the pop culture done. Which makes it hilarious considering my line of work, right? For me to just completely have the pop culture done. Okay, nobody knows everything. This is true. This is true. It's just that, you know, it's kind of wild being an anime girl on the internet whose entire, you know, livelihood surrounds making other people, anime people on the internet, having the reference point of an absolute normie. You'd expect me to have a deeper pool of weeb knowledge than I do. Or at least more cartoon knowledge, or having more of a background in it than I actually do, but I skipped a bunch of steps in getting to this point, honestly. But it's fine, it's fun. I do not regret that my childhood consisted of Crocodile Hunter and Built for the Kill and Seconds from Disaster and Extreme Engineering and Air Crash Investigations. Yeah, I cut my teeth on those. And lots of Walking with Dinosaurs. That was my vibe. That was my jam. And then I turned 12, and then I stopped watching TV. I know Crocodile Hunter. Crocodile Hunter was so wholesome. I enjoyed that one a lot. I have no idea about the others you just said. Yeah, that's like the National Geographic Old Guard. And Discovery Channel before it became a reality TV show thing. Seconds from Disaster was this thing that was all about, was a documentary series that was all about basically breaking down the chains of events that led to like major accidents or failures in construction methodologies or what have you. Basically the air crash investigation of architecture or like railways or anything else that was just anything but a plane, basically. Built for the Kill was all about the specific adaptations of certain predators for actually making them effective hunters. That's interesting. Reminds me of a video I watched about escalators. Yeah, there are a couple of interesting ones. Oh, I watched a lot of How It's Made. I used to watch a lot of How It's Made. I loved How It's Made. The disaster one you just said. Yeah. I figured you meant that one. There was a period where I also watched a bit of Storm Chasers, but that was less meh. That was a bit meh for me. It was already too reality TV for my liking. I watched one on the Food Network called Wrapped, and if I understand it right, it was basically how it's made for candies and snacks. Ooh. I specifically watched that a lot as a kid. I can imagine that being a thing. Okay, now hide you. The escalator video is on YouTube. It was about an escalator failure, I think, at a baseball game and how all the systems work. I want to reach over and grab my water bottle, and I have a cat in front of me and he's laying down so comfortably. Oh no. The cat conundrum. To hydrate or to suffer the consequences of cat disturbance. One is necessary and the other is unforgivable. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum, bum, bum. The consequences of cat. Yes, the consequences of cat indeed. Alright, speaking of hydrates, I need to actually top up. I forget to hit the reset on the old timer again. Whoops. So I will be back momentarily. In the meantime, yeah, we shall just do the thing. I enjoyed watching how it's made on Discovery. I watched a lot of that show at the airport in TSA when I could stay home from school. Ah, yeah. Those old documentaries were fun. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okie dokie. There we go. Okay. Oh. Okay, let's see. Now I just want to check how that reads. I'm gonna need to rotate this. Oh no, I'm gonna need to rotate this. That reads too outward. Keith, do you read me, Keith? Has the mission been completed? Have thou survived the acquisition of hydration? The cat might have got him. Possible. Possible. A moment of meows for the missing Keith. Meow. Wow. Wow. The mission has been completed with 90% success. The cat moved after a few seconds of me returning to position. As they do. As they do. Gasp. You always think, we won! And then the cat decides, no, this ain't as comfy anymore. Meh. Well. What can you do? Okay, we are starting to get there. We're starting to get there. So we're now on the port side. Starboard side. Starboard side. Wait. This is all starboard. Why have I got this labeled as port? No! Okay, never mind. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Ugh. Why? How did I make such a colossal mistake so easily? And I thought I was triple checking myself on this. You know why? It's because I made a mistake when I did this the first time around, that's why. I was just blindly following my old labeling. That's why, okay. It's fine, I'll fix it. Ugh. But I won't fix it now, I'll fix it later. When I end stream. Okay. Number next, you. We are slowly but certainly making good progress with getting this hair fixed. After I made a colossal mess with it first time around. Nearly have it. There we go. Alright, now grab that. There we go. Okay. That's that. Now here we need you to get a little bit of a glowy, to get it to be the right blue. And we need to check, did that go through? It did not. Gasp. We still need you on this. So why? Wrong layer. No. You? Is it you? It's you. Hide you. Just make sure that we are right. There we go. Okay. That's looking reasonable. Reasonable. Okay. Collapse that, grab you, come back to that one, choose a black and fill, and outline selection, okay, and deselect. Back to our dainty brush, make it pointy. There we go. Now grab those two and clear them. And next one for the lot. This one, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna silhouette it on the other piece. Ooh. I'm gonna need to push this back. And change layer order a little bit. Okay, it's fine. So then, if this is going to become number 9, I want it to be the one that is right at the back. Which means I want it to be the one that is right at the top. Okay. Okay, that'll do. Now lock and fill and grab you. But we want to do this because we're going to have color changes. So it's not just gonna be white. Getting there. And then I want this. A bit bigger. Like that, okay. Hide you. Another layer. Grab our... Actually, I was on the correct color there, okay. Let's just take off the glow dodge for a bit. And clear that because, ew, that went grim. Let's also just adjust this so that it's a little bit easier for the arc of my wrist to actually deal with. Or elbow rather, because I'm actually using my entire arm to do this stroke. Okay, grab that. Now over here. Grab that. No. Lock that opacity first, and then like so. Upright. Help. Not entirely sure about that. Let's just see. Yeah, it works. It works. Okay. It works. Okay, now glow dodge on. That makes sense, okay. Grab you. 10. Black. Fill. And outline selection. Okay. Like so. And make you pointy. There we go. Okay. And slowly but certainly we're almost through one side of the hair repairs. Because for anyone who's coming in later on in the stream, basically I had finished the hair pieces for this Live2D model, but then I realized that I completely failed to take note of the fact that the top section of the hair back is supposed to be white. I had the entire thing in blue, and it was firstly the wrong shape and secondly driving me crazy as well, so I needed to redo. Oh no, I'm not completely insane. I had my canvas flipped. Oh. I thought I had to redo all of my naming convention. I don't. I had my canvas flipped this entire time. Okay, I feel better about life, the universe, and everything. Panic averted. Now I only need to rename one thing. Okay. Because I thought I was being clever, but now I'm not. The cat is still lying beside me. Yay! Victory! Okay. So now that I know that that is right and that I am actually working on the correct side of the head. I was so concerned about that. He was wandering around for a few minutes and meowing for attention, but he came back and is now by my hip. Aw, precious. Yeah, it's almost the time of the day when Chaos returns from his wanderings. Excuse you. To take up residence in his usual haunt on my bed. Where he glares at me until I actually decide, hey, you, approximately human-shaped hot water bottle, my personal heating unit, come henceforth. As cats do. Demanding creatures. And yet, we adore them. Or do we adore them because they're demanding? I don't know. Okay. So there's that. Then fill. Doing. Next, grab you. Truly demanding, because you can have a full bowl of water and food and you'll stall me out like you witnessed me evaporating into nothing when I'm just in another part of the room or downstairs. Yep. Yep. Demanding to the extreme. But we love them. Either which way. Oh boy, okay. This is gonna need help. This is obviously not right yet. Hide you. Hide you. There we go. Okay. Grab that. And fill. Show you. Okay. And I wanted this color, because we need to still do that, which I need to check against that. Okay. We're getting places. I never hydrated at the last hydrate bell. And I don't know how long it's been since then. Oopsie. Okay. What's the time? Oh, that's the time. Okay, save button. So now it looks like we're just about there. I think I'm gonna need one more. One more to bridge this. Let's see. And got that. Alright, that's the shape, and that's the color. So pretty. Ah, thank you. We are almost done with one half. I don't know how long we've been working on it tonight already. Yeah, let's just say 2.5 hours ish. 2 hours ish on one half. I'm not crazy yet. I promise. Okay, I jest. We're okay. We're not insane yet. Yet. Okay. 1, 2. This is gonna be the color. Which is the wrong one. Wrong color. Still the wrong color. feeling really, really, really dumb. Am I really picking the wrong color once again? It is you. It's just looking wild because of what's next to it. That's why it's looking weird. Okay. So. From here. Make it floofy. Yes, that. I do not know the history of that meme. Was it a Tumblr post or something? I don't know. It sounds like the sort of thing that should be a Tumblr post. Or was a Tumblr post and escaped Tumblr. Speaking of, I recently created a Tumblr again. For the first time in literal... I don't know how long. With the intention of using it to post art on there again. And subsequently I spent the last... I don't know how many months working on art that is not postable to Tumblr. We'll get back... We'll get there eventually, right? 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 We'll get there. Me when I hear people are doing anything with Tumblr. Yeah. It's a wild, wild, wild place. Arguably wilder than Twitter. However, it has the same sort of nonsensical longevity as LinkedIn. So, it's not necessarily a bad place, especially for someone who's supposedly posting art in places. It gives Reddit a run for its money. Yes. Reddit confuses the living daylights out of me. I don't touch Reddit. I think once upon a time I created a Reddit account to just, you know, see, okay, maybe I'll give this platform a try as a VTuber marketing platform because I know there are communities on it there, and then it's just like, I understand nothing about what's going on here. This is me out. I know I noped out of there. It's about the same speed as I got in. So, I think I was on Reddit for like 4 days before I gave up on it. I have an abandoned account there now. Like, I know it's one of those places where the human environment, if I can phrase it that way, is generally wild. There are some times when platform visibility has its perks, and sometimes where it's like, I know I ought to be posting here, but do I really want to expose myself to that? And I suppose depending on which circles you find yourself in, it can get really crazy that way, so... One needs to temper one's interactions and choose where to invest your efforts. Now, let me just identify. This is 12. This is 11. This is 10. But I suppose that a community is only as wild as... or a space is as wild as what you allow to yourself to be exposed to it, I suppose. Like when you find a place that just is not your vibe, you can either choose to exist in the maelstrom, or you can choose your own sanity and hightail it out of there to maybe not necessarily an entirely different platform, but definitely a different circle within that platform. Within reason. Okay, so I think this side now makes sense. So, like that. Is sort of working. Now what I need to do is I need to adjust that so that it actually matches the ears and what's happening in front here. And that's on 10, 9, and 12. Okay. Okay, that's looking more reasonable. So now we can grab this again and put in some highlight. Okay. There we go. That is half of the hair back sorted. Save. Okay. That's half of the hair back sorted. We are getting places. We're getting places. It's looking better. Now, what I want to do is by the ear, I want to give it one extra bit of fuzz. Specifically to bridge the length gap between that, and also just tie off the last of that blue. So we empty that. Like so, and fill, and outline, and edge, sharp nose, okay. Now this is going to go in front of this in practice, so it's basically going to go into the ear section. It's just going to be easier to actually do the layering while it's here. Okay. Just like that. Okay. So copy that. Merge selected. Okay. Save. Okay. Delete that. Duplicate that. Merge selected. And flip. Okay. So then we can see how that behaves. Okay. Save. Okay, so that is good progress on the hair reparations. So it's going to be really floofy. And we'll actually be able to see a little bit of that top and bottom layering over here. So I'm obviously still going to need to do the opposite side. I've not got the energy for it right now. But that was good progress on the hair floof. So I think with that, the next thing that I want to try and get right. I just want to see what was my stance on that. Where was I on this? I've not yet started doing that. And I've only got one of those in place. Oh no! So I've still got a lot of work to do on these. That sleeve needs to be baggier. That sleeve needs to be way baggier. No! Okay. This is the sort of observation that you can only make when you have looked at a thing and then have not been looking at it for a while and then come back to it. Because all of that from around about here is way too narrow. So okay, so let me just see. This is gonna be below, but still. Okay. Bum. I feel like it needs to pivot. the challenge that is maintaining volume. And thus agree all animators of the 2D nature the world over. The challenge of maintaining volume. Okay. And then I don't think I've done the whatchamacallit, the buttons on the sleeve cuffs yet. Have I? No, I have not. Okay. The sleeve cuffs, which have not yet even been transferred through yet, and which these are still way too narrow, like hopelessly too narrow. Okay, that's a little bit more believable. Just a little bit. Okay. So that's gonna take some fine-tuning still. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, time to acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages. And take a sip. Save. Okay. Okay, this is probably also gonna behave something like that. Okay. I think that's okay. But I want to do the rest of that another time. I don't want to necessarily work on the other crossed arm right this very second, because I think there are things that I'm going to want to triple check on that I can't think of with this, my head screwed on straight right this very moment. But okay, progress has been made. I want to just triple check my smoke tutorial before I commit to the methodology for the tail. But at least we got stuff done in terms of repair work. I'm happier. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come back to the head section, and I'm gonna copy across that which we have completed into our PSD file, so that I can see what all is ready to be added. So let me just flatten these groups down for these parts. And what's this group called? Hair back fills. Copy. Group. Paste words. Hair back fills. Okay. Collapse that. Back inks. Collapse that. Okay. So that's the next set of layers ready to go into Live2D. What else is ready? What else is ready? On our outfit parts, are there any new outfit parts that are ready to go in? On the cape, I'm going to want to import the cape in its entirety. I don't want to necessarily split the cape front into the multiple sections, I don't think. Unless I want to do the brooch gem and body, chain dangles, and chain drapes. Copy. I can close that because we're probably not going to use that again. New folder, cape, paste. Okay. Are there any layers that I need to compress down in the brooch gem? No. And in the brooch body? Yes. Merge down, merge down. Copy words, paste words. Here. Merge selected, merge selected, merge selected, merge selected. Okay. So those sections are all ready now to get imported. Save. Is there anything that's incompatible? No, we're all good. We're all good. Save. Yeah, we're all good. We're all good. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna call it on this project here for tonight because otherwise my brain is going to fry and I'm gonna start making more mistakes, which I really don't want to do. So let's just do save duplicate onto the other version. We were in X, so now we do the plain one. There we go. Work time is now sitting at, let's see. File information is now over here. Work time on the art layers is now sitting at 19 hours plus whatever is going to be on this clock when it's finished saving. 19 hours plus 28 hours. That's a lot of hours. Okay. I just want to check. Is this thing... No wonder it takes an eternity to save. We don't want to record this time-lapse. Good grief, no. With all of those layers, no wonder it's taking an eternity to save. Good grief. Because it was literally taking every stroke history. Like, sure, it would be interesting, but not at the expense of how many layers are here. Like, let's just compare here with time-lapse, without time-lapse. With time-lapse, without time-lapse. Look how much information extra it is. No wonder it was taking an eternity to save. No wonder it was taking an eternity to save. Ish. Hey. Ay ay ay. Overwrite. Okay. I will handle that embroidery another day. I've not got the guts for it right now. Let me see. Have I gotten a response back on this thing yet? I asked a question to Commissioner regarding things for tomorrow, and I've not gotten a response back, so we'll see. I might need to change plans depending on whether or not I get a response to a thing. I should probably drop that in there. And I should probably get started on that one this week as well. Ugh. Okay. Let us head over here. Wow. Brain is now putty. The brain is now putty. Thoroughly putty. Putty, I tell you, putty. So, guys, did you have fun? Were you productive alongside me? Were you working? Were you playing games? What were you guys up to? All these last 4 hours of madness. Let me just close this so that it doesn't take up all of the all of the memory. And I'm actually going to close Clip Studio for now. I'm done with Clip Studio for now. Gasp. Gasp. Whew. Brain is putty. Wow. Okay. So we have made progress. I'm still working on background things on the rig itself, a little bit at a time. So earlier I was able to do draw order cleanups on things so that the body layers weren't having outlines in weird places. And I was able to get the arm to actually move with the body turn on the x-axis, which is great. So things that still need working obviously are going to be getting body parts that are attached, like shoulders are properly attached to shirt shoulders properly attached to where they need to belong in the on the shirt itself. I need to get those glued in place still. I want to still apply the line adjustment that I've got going on, so that on the body x-axis as it turns, that we actually mask off a little bit of the shoulder crease as well. So that's still a thing that's got to happen. I still need to get drape and physics happening on the part of the shirt that's not tucked in. I still need to put the entire waistcoat madness in place there. So there's still a lot of rigging madness that needs to take place, but we'll get there. I'll get there. Just trying to get to the point where I've got all of the organic stuff out the way, really. That's what I'm working towards now. And trying to not get to the point where I've not got the guts at all to work on it. Because burnout sucks, like badly, and I do not want to hit that point in an immediate hurry, so I'm working on sustainability at this point in the fight. Hence why we know last week was crazy in its own ways, because I was trying to contain mental capacity and not do the dumb with the brains. So it's been partially successful. I'm feeling a little bit more focused this week, especially now that big shiny new distraction has been mostly dealt with. But I am still feeling a little bit fried between the ears. I think what's happening is that I'm just hyper aware of impending deadlines and the things that have just been sitting in the to-do list forever, and I'm feeling like I'm not getting anywhere, and it's not helping me to actually get places. Like it's a rolling stagnation type of vibe that's going on in my brain, and I do not like it. So I am trying to very, very, very desperately burn through these last hurdles and actually get somewhere significant. Because otherwise things are just going to grind to a halt, and I do not like the idea of that, so I am working on that as best as I can. So my plan, supposing nothing goes completely sideways in the next 48-ish hours, is that tomorrow I want to spend some time working on Zany. I've got some guidance on where to go with certain parts that I need to now implement. So that's going to be hopefully happening tomorrow, provided nothing goes completely sideways in the IRL side of things. Ahead of tomorrow night's stream. If I get feedback from Toaster regarding question I asked regarding sketch A or sketch B, then I will have that finalized for tomorrow evening for that stream. If I don't yet get feedback on that point by stream time tomorrow, then I am going to improvise in terms of what I'm going to be doing. Because I'm not sure if I can... Yeah, Zane's not in a position where I can work on him on stream yet, because there's still parts that need tidying up before I can start actually implementing those onto something that is streamable again. So depending on what happens, we might actually do some of the newly sponsored Misthaven hours. Thank you so much, both to Alex and Tawny for sponsoring some Misthaven hours. I'm really looking forward to being able to apply those. It's a huge help. Greatly appreciated. So I am looking forward to that. I have not allocated the Misthaven hours to what I worked on with Ronan over the weekend, because it was not selected for any of those hours. So there have been a couple of hours allocated to creative writing, so 2 creative writing hours, and 4 illustration hours to 4 different people. So that's gonna be interesting. I'll probably be able to use that working on cleaning up references. Either that or actually starting... it's gonna have to be... I'm gonna have to clean up references first, so that I have finalized designs in place, so that I can finally do like profile illustrations and then like have nice covers, character covers for the VJing character pages, because I haven't got anything nice yet. Urk. I'll get there. So yeah, I've got a lot currently sitting in the work in progress phase on VGen, but we're slowly but certainly plugging through it. Oh, Toaster's deadline is July. Why did I read that as June? Oh, Toaster's deadline is July. I thought it was June. Oh. I just that's the second time that I misinterpreted something, and then I felt like the world was ending this day. Okay. Relief. I thought the deadline was 3rd of June, not 3rd of July. Still, I want to have it done by June, because 3rd of July is going to be absolutely insane in my world, in the iteration of reality where I'm working on stuff in real life. Like, I've got half of my family over on 3rd of July by that time. Crazy. And so it's gonna be like first week and a half of July are not going to exist in my iteration of reality, just facts. So yeah, pretty much. Okay, so game plan is, if I don't get feedback back from Toaster in the next 24 hours, I'm going to continue working on Sushi tomorrow. I think that's going to be the main plan. That's going to be the main plan. And just plug away at the model and rig a little bit at a time. Although I might do a slightly shorter session working on that and actually throw in some blendering as well. I was half tempted to do that a little bit earlier as well, but then I was like, I need to dedicate more hours in a slot. But it's like, and at the same time I'm wondering, okay, is it wiser to do more hours back to back and then burn out, or is it wiser to split things up a little bit? But we're getting closer and closer to the deadline for Sishian's rig as well, so it's like how to balance getting the brain to be cooperative and getting actual progress where we need it. So I am trying very, very, very much to make sure that things make progress on all of the fronts in appropriate and sensible levels. Okay. I don't know. Let's see. Technically, we do still have about an hour. We do still have about an hour that we can afford to stream. We've got about an hour that we can still afford to stream. Do we want to blender a little bit, guys? Do we want to see if we can get some progress done on Ebony's shoulders and hands? I don't know. Do I want to see if we can achieve anything there? Or maybe start putting some effort in on his hair modeling. Maybe start hair modeling. Oh no, I've got to do eyes and mouth interior first. That's what I've got to prioritize first. There is hair and eyes and mouth interior. Because those still need to exist. And I've not got those in place yet. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to need to do a interesting control rig thing where I project a texture onto a mesh, but the texture moves but the mesh does not move to get the eyes to work properly, because otherwise I'm going to attempt then to get an eyeball to move, and that is insane, insanity. I don't have the guts for that. I don't have the guts for that. What do you guys think? Shall we try blendering a little bit? You guys up for a little bit of blendering? Let's see if we can do a little bit of blendering. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling like I've got the guts for it, which is wild. Let's do a little bit of blendering. Okay, just opening it up. Let's see what we can get right. There's still so much, so much that I need to learn. It's crazy. Like it's on one part a little bit of a relief to know that I know what I still need to brush up on, but on the other hand it sucks knowing that I know what I need to do but I don't know how to do it yet. It's like, ah! We'll get there, we'll get there, we'll get there. Ah! Okay, just we're hoping that this will finish opening up now. Okay. So we have we are over there, and I need to be in there. Okay. Okay. So, this is where we're at with the ebony model. We've obviously still got to do major corrections to the shoulders. I feel like what's happening here by the hip needs a little bit of work, because that step over there looks very jarring and broken. I don't like that. And I'm not wrong, because that is not a nice curve. It was unnaturally straight there. Thank you, hydrate timer. Let's see, how does that behave? It's a little bit better. However, it feels as though these three need to be subdivided like that. And I need to also use my stopwatch now, because I am working on a thing that requires timing. I've been at it for about a minute, so I'm just going to plus one on top of that. Open my time log on my other monitor. Subdivide that. Join those. Join those. Pull you up. Let's see. That's definitely a better angle. Now that needs to come out a little bit, because we need to blend some curves together. Okay, it's getting better. Okay, that's looking a little bit less mechanical. Okay, that'll work. Gotten rid of that awkward step there by the hip that had existed. Still a little bit off here by this section, because the width was on the wrong vertex. It's supposed to be there. Okay. Almost have that problem solved. Now, what I've got is a nasty star over here, which I don't like. Let's dissolve those edges. Technically those triangles still exist, but it's fine. Okay, let's see. That makes sense. And those make sense, like that. So just help control curvature. However, this one needs to be the other way around. There we go, that's a bit better. Okay. That'll work on that front. Now, Still need to do hit interior things. So maybe what I should do is let's do that before I move on to the hands, because I'm not yet 100% sure exactly what I'm going to do with that topology. So we go object mode, and we're going to go add mesh cube. Right. Edit, scale, like so. Grab everything on that side, be gone with you. Delete that. Okay. Scale Y. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So far, so good. This is going to be the foundation of our teeth. Let me just hide the body because it's getting in the way a little bit. And go scale X, make this slightly narrower. And let's do our mirror modifier. Clip. And object shade smooth. Okay. Pull this in. Okay. So far so good. Now, I want to do a split here. And a split there. Just a little bit of roundness. Grab those. Pull those up. Grab you. Pull you out. Okay. So in the incisors are incisoring. Please tell me that went the whole way around. It did not. It did in fact not go the whole way around. Okay. Okay, now what we do is we go select loop, a whole bunch of that, minus you, extrude, up, fill, grab you, scale Z0, there we go. So that is going to be our teeth, in a nutshell. What I do want to do though, is I want to take You and you, not you. You and you. Subdivide. Join. 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 Okay. I feel like this can be narrower. Yeah. Okay. And I don't need another one around there. I don't need another one around there. Okay. So now we do this. And just set position. Okay, now this, what I've just put together, is basically going to be the gun. What I want to do is I want to grab this bit. Pull that in. Not that far back. Scale Y. And this is going to start forming the mouth interior. Okay, hide the inside of the head. select loops, edge loops, and mark seam. Okay, so now what we do is we grab those, extrude, extrude. Fill. 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 Right. Grab you. Pull you up. Grab you. Pull you up. Okay. So that is gonna be the top teeth. And mouth interior. What I do want to do though is I want to take this and I want to duplicate it. And I want to go scale Z -1. Grab everything, move it up. Not that much. Okay, rotate. Something like that, and grab that and be gone with it, because we don't need those. And grab these and pull them forward and up, and actually scale Z0. There we go. Scale X, make it a little bit less, pull it inward a bit. There we go. this needs to be split. So that this can be dissolved. Okay, we're getting there. Now I need to make the same thing happen up here. Okay. Okay, so teeth are starting to work. Save. So theoretically, that should give us that sort of a range of movement, which doesn't look too shabby. Okay. Now, if we're lucky, that still fits in the head, and we're not lucky. So, now what we need to do is grab those and make some tweaks, specifically to the lower teeth, specifically to the gums of the lower teeth. because that's too far forward. Okay, so that should do the trick. So now what we do is we come back to our top teeth section. Hide the head. Extrude. And actually what I want to do is grab that lot, separate it off. Because I want the mouth interior to be a separate piece so that operating the entire debacle that is gonna be mouth rigging is less of a nightmare. Okay, nearly there on this mouth interior. There we go. Okay, and that is right, because this is going to have backface culling on it, so you're not going to be able to see it from the anything that clips through from the front. We're going to try and avoid clipping at all costs, but still. At most visible angles. This should probably connect to the inside of the lips, actually, now that I think about it. Which means it actually needs to be part of the same mesh, and then we need to have a seam on the lip line. Which means what's happening on our leading edge, we want this to have as little information as possible on our leading edge, which I guess we've already got. Okay, so now what I want to do is hide that. In object mode, come here, hide that. Join. Yeah. Edit. Okay. I think we've got a solution for our mouth interior. Ish. I want to slide that one that way. Just to give that a little bit of extra protection. And this is too far forward. That was looking gross. Okay. And make that so that those normals look nice. Like so. Okay. That'll work. Now we grab you guys and you guys. And we go edge, mark, seam. There we go. So that'll split the lip from the mouth interior. And it feels as if this line is actually unnecessary. Let me get rid of it. Okay, switch that back on. Now what I want to do is I want to go data, like so. Yeah. Add vertex group. This is going to be mouth interior. Assign that vertex group to mouth interior. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to grab everything pertaining to an ear. Like so. And we go, add, here, assign. Okay, so that's working. Now we go. Deselect the mouth interior, deselect the ear, and grab literally everything that is fringe in that case. Let me just grab faces. At this point, will save me heartache. Tawny, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome, Zany. Add another vertex group, and this is gonna be face. There we go. And save. So now I've at least got some parts to select from. Now what I want to do is I want to... How long have you been streaming? Just under 5 hours. Just under 5 hours. I am actually due to probably stop now soon. I got caught up. Save. We just built mouth interior. I'm good. Hope you're doing well. Yes. Get some sleep, Silly? Yeah, soon. Soon. I just wanted to make some progress. We built the mouth interior and the teeth. We've still got to do the tongue. But that's all we've really done on Ebony today, aside from fixing a weird step thing that was happening here by his hip. So, we're getting places. We're getting places. So, at this point, we're not far off from putting his eyes in, giving him lashes and brows. And then being able to actually do hairstyling madness. But before I get into that fun stuff, I want to finish his hands. Gonna head out to get work. Make sure you all hydrate and see you later. Thank you, Rover. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. Good luck at work. Yes. Yeah. I wonder where was I with the hands actually. Now that I'm actually looking at these. Hide the head, hide the teeth. Zoom in. Where was I in terms of hand construction? Still very early in the process. Well, I was gonna do what still with this? I believe I was welding pinkies together. Yes, I was busy welding the pinky together. Because this does not need very much in the line of topology. We need the knuckles, which are now separated as they are. But after that, it's actually pretty straightforward. That goes merge at last. That gets filled. And that gets filled. There we go. Straightforward there. And these two. It would help if I was actually working on the hand where there are actually bits of information, huh? Let's save myself some headaches. Okay. Scale Y. Scale Y. Scale Y. Okay. We are very close with having the fingers in place. Okay. So now we just need to do some knuckle positioning. Okay, that's working so far. This is going to need a lot of fine-tuning still, but it's fine. So what I want to do is I want to do a fold like that. And like that. And split. Okay. Full. Full. Ring cut. Like so. Okay. And then full, full, ring cut, merge, merge. Pull that back, pull that back, pull that back. Now, the membrane between the fingers, or the slope between the fingers, is such that the top split of the knuckle is further back than the bottom split. So this entire collection over here ought to be forward of what happens below. Which means this needs to come out. Those need to come out. Pull that gap. Pull that gap. Pull like such. Pull like such. So many refinements still to be made. Okay, that works. That works, that works, that works. Takes a bit of pushing and pulling to get there, but we're getting places. Now, this slot in its entirety. Just gonna need to rotate just a little bit. Okay. Okay, getting there, getting there, getting there. When I've got these fingers closed, I'm going to call it, and I will continue refining them and getting the arm in shape proper. And adding the thumb. Ugh, the thumb. Ugh. I will finish fixing the hand next time I work on this project. But we've at least got one finger that looks like the right shape. We've got one that looks the right shape. Ish. Yeah, the rest I'll fix another day. But it's starting to look more like a hand. Relative to the head, it's a bit small. No. Okay, that looks more in proportion. Yeah, yeah. That palm size is a lot better. Okay. We're getting places. Yeah, the hip step is gone. We've got nice curvature there on the back, which I'm happy with. I'm still in desperate need of a lot of work. But we're starting to get places. Okay, happiness is okay. Starting to get places. Okay. And with that, yeah. I want to be over there. Hello. With that, I'm calling it a day. Otherwise, tomorrow is not going to be productive at all. So thank you guys so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. Thank you for indulging me in feeding some brainworms at the end as well. Just getting a little bit of progress on a whole bunch of things. Teeny bit at a time. Thank you for stream. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Y'all make the world of difference. It looks really good so far. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. The base mesh modeling part is honestly the part that I've got the most experience with. Because it's usually about as far as I get before I end up having to severely deviate away from the project. So soon and very soon we're going to be getting into the territory that I'm less used to. But we'll get there. I want to get the base meshes done for everyone before I progress into the rigs and the texture painting. Specifically in that order. I want to rig before I do the texture painting, because the texture painting is the most fun for me. So I don't want to do the texture painting and then have the nightmare that is trying to figure out how to rig at the end of it. I want to have mostly functional things in grayscale first. Thanks for the stream. Have a restful night. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate your guys' time, your patience, your support, the motivational pom-poms being waved, the VOD squatting, the lurkers lurking. You guys are all greatly appreciated, and I really hope that is conveyed appropriately. So yeah, we are tiny bit at a time making progress on all things Misthaven as well. It's a long process, but it's worth it. Um, 60, 70, 80. $317. I'm just getting this timer into my time log before I forget. 317. 317 minutes on the ebony model so far. Yeah. It's a lot faster to get a base mesh in medium poly in 3D than it is to get in Live2D. Scarily. Okay, note to self. What? If I get good at this, I might actually be able to actually make 3D models faster than I'll make Live2D models. That's a scary thought. That's a very scary thought. If I get good. It's a big if. Let's see if I can get good. The goal is to get good. Right? Save button, close and close. But yes, thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Tomorrow, pending what happens during the day, I will either continue work on session, or we will be doing illustration for Stale Toaster, one of the two. It depends on how some communications go, as well as general flow of brain juices. I thought that the deadline for Toaster's illustration was the 3rd of June. 3D model commissions, is that what I heard? Not in the immediate future. Not in the immediate future. I want to actually publish Project Misthaven before I open that. I think maybe. Let me just get to the point where I know that that Project Misthaven models even work. Let me just get to that point first. Because let me be very frank. The 3D pipeline for VTubing is a little bit different from the 3D pipeline for game stuff, in the sense that it needs to go through a couple of extra processes. So with 3D models for VTubing, it needs to go into a very specific file format, and will usually be used in conjunction with specialist software, either something like Warudo or Vinyan, etc. There are a couple of them. And it's a little bit of a setup process. Like, just fine-tuning to actually be able to work with the human pilot is a lot of fine-tuning. When it comes to just rigging for animations and games, it's a little bit simpler because you can do a lot of it natively, and then it's only importing into the game engine the finished animations onto the actual mesh, and any skins of the mesh, which is basically instead of having separate layers for articles of clothing and flesh and blah, you actually have a completely different mesh for when you have one outfit and when you've got another, right? So it's basically an instanced skin sort of a thing. So you'll have basically the topology for the outfit built onto the topology for the skin. It's not going to be like two separate, there's not going to be a hidden skin vertices beneath the clothing vertices, basically. So building the base mesh just makes it easier to model the clothing on top of it, and have landmarks for, okay, where things would anchor in terms of creases and what have you, and where things need to bend potentially. But when it comes to the point of, okay, we need to be able to export this now, literally clothing, everything that sticks out of clothing or is covered by clothing gets deleted, and the clothing layer gets literally welded to the skin mesh in that sense, and that just makes things run a bit smoother. So it's wild. And then when you have an instance where you've got an outfit swap, say for example civilian mode versus uniform mode, then what will happen is that you will legitimately just be swapping out meshes. And this is something that I've been aware of for a really, really long time, but I've been specifically observing how they've been handling it in Final Fantasy XIV, because that's like my medium poly reference for, okay, how exactly are they building the models? Because it's actually a really good medium poly reference, right? And what I have noticed, and it's probably something that is going to annoy so many of you if you ever go to the character creator. But one very distinct point where you can see it is if you go into the Final Fantasy XIV character creator, right? You pick the female Viera, and then if you are in the character creator, no matter what your settings are, switch between the Viera starter clothing and the small clothes, and specifically look at the length of the calf. Okay, the length of the calf relative to the foot, because the female Viera wear high heels, right? And you'll notice specifically exactly what I mean by the entire base mesh changes, because the high heels on the Viera, you have to, in order for the bone structure to not need to change, the calf of the Viera has to actually shorten in order to accommodate the high heel, and have the heel and have the ankle bone sit in the same place. It's trippy when you notice it. Between the high heel and the flat shoe of the small clothes, but when you notice it, it makes so much sense in terms of how they have optimized to not have too many iterations in terms of skeletal variation. So you want, when you've got multiple skins like you would have when you've got changing armor sets and so on, you want as little variation in terms of your skeleton as possible, because that way you don't have to edit your animations. Which is a lot of the reason why to date they haven't really done anything too severe in terms of body mesh sliders, because as soon as you start editing your body mesh in terms of proportionality, you need to start adjusting not only your entire collection of base meshes for your armor sets, all of them, but you also need to then at that point start looking at adjusting your animations to account for the different proportions that you're doing to minimize the clipping. And that gets like a really, really, really hectic and difficult. Like you're gonna have entire teams of people doing nothing else but just fixing animations and such according to proportional sliders. It would be economically unviable. I understand why it is not a thing at this point, unless they have magically found a solution to that problem, which they might introduce in patch 74. I don't know. I think they're only going into version 7 now. 7, I think. I don't know. It's a big deal. So yeah, this entire thing of swapping meshes, it makes sense for keeping the amount of data relatively lightweight. which in a game makes a lot of sense. Like, I want Misthaven to be able to run on a potato, more or less. So, insofar as possible, we want it to be as reasonable and economic in terms of the kind of environment construction as possible and character construction as possible. So we are going to basically be probably using what I can only probably accurately call it PS2 graphics. That would be about the level I'm aiming for-ish, more or less, just to make it viable. But even then, that's maybe not necessarily a bad thing, right? I mean, it is an indie game. Let's just be frank. It's not. We're not trying to go for like AAA levels of realism or anything, right? Radical. Because then it would not see the light of day, like ever. But you know what? We make it look as good as we can, while being as economically as we can with our vertices, and hopefully at the end of it have something that is fun and works. Fun and functional, that's what we're hoping for, is fun and functional, right? But anyway, thank you guys. I now need to pass out, so I am gonna love and leave you. Rest well when you get to it, and until next time, thank you guys so much, and cheery bye.